All right.
Sports card. What? Look at all these gifted subs.
Whoops. What's up, people? Just getting everything all set up. Stream-wise, anyway. Let me know if the music's too loud or not, or if you can't even hear it. What's going on, Boba Django? What's going on, dude? Risking it for the biscuit today. Alright, everything else looks okay, cool. Solid, solid, solid. Basically, we farmed the Akari set for 3 days from doing hunts. We got some super questionable drop rates in regards to cannonball sets and certain boots. And I'm a firm believer in RNG is RNG, but getting a little too many duplicates. And then I went on the subreddit today, and some other people also noticed that they were not getting certain things from certain hunts. So I said, all right, let's just see. So basically, instead of going and doing the 10 hunts and then resetting and getting that legendary like we were doing before. Just doing some Alt F4 farming. I mean, I'm on Xbox, so obviously I can't Alt F4, but basically I'm going and I'm just... I have all the hunts done. I'm just turning in the last one, checking what the legendary is, and then I'm exiting out of the game. And I have no idea if... you know, I have no idea if the developers are going to look at that and say watermark, or if they're going to look at that and say we need to patch this and then just ignore it like they've done some of the other stuff. But I'm just very curious. A lot of other people are doing it on the subreddit, on the Discord. I mean, if I get watermarked, really not a big deal to me, but just from a like optics perspective, not the best. Obviously, I can't hack or anything on Xbox, so it really comes down to, you know, what do they consider to be, you know, messed up or not. And, but it's like, you know, let's see, for the past 3 days, every 30 minutes, we were getting a legendary. We got about 19 billion cannonball pieces. I should probably change this, this text, huh? I don't know, let's do, do that. Resets without Akari. And so, you know, I put a shitload of time into this account, obviously. Don't want it watermarked, but if it was to ever be, then I would just go and probably just make a new Xbox account and just farm back up like it was regular, you know, no big deal. But the fact that there's so many people on the subreddit that are like, yo, these hunts are scuffed right now. I am just curious to do this for a little bit and just see, you know, obviously the speed at which you do this is very different from the speed at which it takes to clear a bunch of hunts. You know, and it's definitely not an exciting stream, so I might just do it for a little bit and then, you know, hop off stream or something. Or just stop and do CT15s. I don't know. You know what I mean? But it's like people are very confused by drop rates. And, you know, if you want expeditions... Sorry, I have a box of Bunch of Crunch here. That's obnoxious, let me know. You know... If these are meant to be the places where you go and farm for legendary gear, if you're not in expeditions or you don't want to do expeditions, then the drop rates have to be fair drop rates. Because cannonball gear is garbage. And I mean, we have seen, let's see, in our 3 days of farming, we've seen one Akari piece drop that was not the Akari helmet. One. In 3 days straight of farming. I mean, consistently 12-hour streams. So something's going on. I feel like these Bunch of Crunches are bad. Tastes like poison. 7th of November, 2021. What's up, Jarlath? Right now, what everybody should be doing, honestly, if I've learned nothing from this, if I've learned anything from this, if you want legendaries, go and farm CT15 or the highest expedition possible that you can. Hunts, the drop rates seem to be either super bugged or super weighted towards cannonball sets. I mean, like, extraordinarily so. So, basically what I'm doing, you know, is on the risky side, account-wise, where I'm just going, I'm turning in this last hunt, grabbing the legendary, and then seeing what legendary it is until we get an Akari piece. This is Torturer's Waistcloth. This is one of the ones that we see all the time. We'll probably just do this for a little bit and then hop over to CT15. Or I could legitimately just go and make a new Xbox account now and just try and climb to CT15 with like absolutely zero assistance whatsoever. Just see what it's like. Actually, I kind of wonder what would happen if I made a brand new account or a brand new level 1. Could somebody invite me to a CT15 expedition? Like, is that even possible? Or in order to be invited to expeditions, you have to have complete story mode already. Kind of want to put a poll up on Reddit and just, I'm curious, like the people that went and did the Hell's Ranger like resets for the good pre-order rifles, and the people that did the, you know, that are doing Alt F4 farming on anything, like some people are just doing it on vendors. Are they expecting to get watermarked? Or are they expecting that it'll get patched and ignored? I'm genuinely curious, like... Vest of the Cannonball. Hey, don't worry about it, Lifeless, bro. No big deal. I mean, it's a fairly boring stream, right? I mean, I'm literally just going and resetting my game. Like, that's it. You know? So definitely don't stress over it, broski. If a friend invites you to kill final boss, you unlock expeditions even at level 2. Oh man, dude, how about that for a challenge? What if I climbed expedition? What if I went, made a new account / character, had somebody kill the final boss at like level 1, skip all... Oh man, that would be so hard though because I would have no mods. I'd have 0 mods. So Lee, totally agree with you in most circumstances, but PCF is not, like, Outriders is not every looter shooter. That's the thing, right? It's not every looter shooter. You know, they don't want people like exploiting vendors or anything like that, and we're not really doing that. But you know, obviously this is not how it was intended. So the risk is definitely there. Watching, lost track of time, played for 13 hours. Dude, I put in so many hours in this game. It's like, it's crazy. The expeditions, man, you really lose track of time when it comes to expeditions. But you know what I mean? Like I'm on Xbox. Not like it's, man, it just makes this kind of weird thing, right? Where you have people that are legitimately hacking. Should they be put in the same games as people that farmed a pre-order rifle? You know? Like, it seems on the extreme side. But cheaters gotta get punished. I would not advise anybody to do what I'm doing right now. But I'm so curious about these vendor rules. Not vendor rules, excuse me. These hunt percentages. I mean, look at that. Boots of the Lava Lich again. Possible DLC ideas? Oh yeah, man. I'd love some DLC. Well, I mean, like, I don't know. Like, this isn't how the game should be played. And I don't think legendary drop rates are that bad. I don't. I mean, obviously, I already have like 90% of them before I even started doing this on stream today. But my question is, like, how skewed are these hunt legendary drops? Like, if you don't want to do expeditions at all, which is like, I don't know, whatever. But like, you know, if story mode, if like the wanted quests and the beast hunts are how you're supposed to go and farm for like legendaries and stuff if you are not in expeditions, then like the fact that it's 90% cannonball set is like, that's not an equal legendary distribution. And then it brings into like account like, okay, are there legendary like weights in regards to what is going to drop and what's not going to drop? Is something like more heavily weighted to exist than something else? Is it just in hunts? The fact that I'm even considering it is proof that like right now hunts are not really worth it at all, in my opinion. You mean like two, you mean the sets would have two perks? Like a 3 out of 5 bonus and a 5 out of 5 bonus? Wanted bounties? Yeah, I mean, the weapon bounties could be fine. So not good Akari luck? I think that I'm beginning to feel like it's more than just bad luck. Like, I feel like if I was just brutally farming CT15, then I probably would have gotten something. But now I'm down this hunt rabbit hole where I'm like, it's not just the Akari stuff, right? It's like the total absence of all the other shit. I've seen one reforged headpiece in 3 days. I've seen one additional Akari helmet, but that's, you know, a legendary rule from the vendor. We've gotten Akari gloves that are max health previously. Everything else has been cannonball or duplicates. It's just super weird. Like, it RNG is RNG, but this goes beyond that. It's like our sample size has gotten fair. I mean, obviously, normal things statistically, you want a much larger sample size. But 3 days of 12-hour farming to have like the sheer amount of duplicates out of the amount of options is pretty wild, you know? Don't understand how the wanted bounties can give variety of weapons. Wanted give the same stuff over and over again. I don't know. I mean, I haven't even done the wanted stuff. But it could have been, you know, I don't know. I don't think they stealth nerfed anything. But it's weird, like, it's... Normally, I don't go along with, like, the Reddit circle jerk shit, right? Where it's like, oh, hey, like, stuff was self-nerfed. Like, all of a sudden I do no damage. It's like 90% of the time, it's like, nah, bro, like, your gear just sucks. But I've experienced this over the past, you know... Obviously, we farmed CT15 for, like, 2 weeks straight, like, dawn to dusk. And then we do 3 days straight of hunt farming. And the drop rates just do not look solid. They just seem super weird. It's like mega heavily weighted towards not having an actual set piece. Oh yeah, and well, and with your suggestion, Lifeless, I mean, the problem is, right? If they're gonna do any more sets, legendary sets, whatever, it has to be randomized. Like, the stats at the very least need to be randomized, because as it is right now, if you ran a 5 set, it would be a detriment to your build. Even running a 3 set is a detriment to a lot of builds, because the mods and the stats are just trash on like a lot of them. And I mean trash meaning suboptimal, right? Like, especially like Technomancer, for example, the 4 sets are like pretty garbage. None of them can roll with close range and long range damage. The actual legendary pieces themselves, the mods are not really conducive to like helping you that much at all. I mean, I think, what is it? Borealis legs drops with sharp eyes, which is good. But outside of that, how's it going, Mayo? First did hunts on my Technos. World Tier 15, I did a legendary goes 2 times for about 20 legendaries. 3 Cannonball, 5 Plague or 4 Torrential, 5 of one of the other sets. It's weird. Like, I don't know if they just changed it. Like, maybe they did something with the drops when they fixed the hunt exploit. I don't know. But I'm doing good, Mayo. We're just we're risking it for the biscuit today. We're just gonna do a little bit of this you know, dashboard farming to see if we can get anything to drop. That's not a, what do you call it? It's not a cannonball or like a dupe. It's just so, it's so wild. I mean, like, as far as chess piece period, I've not seen anything outside of a cannonball vest. Nothing. Oh, see? Cowl of the Reforged. That's a new one. Which isn't bad. But it just seems like, what? You've got 4 legendary sets per class. Each of those sets have 5 pieces in it. And then I'm trying to think of, like, how many of these extraneous legendaries there are. So you've got 20, you've basically got 20 chances at getting a, was it, oh, I hate the final boss frontline, Malok. Just having him there. Curious if the lower world tier is hurting your chances for class items? That could be the case too. Here's the big question though, right? Say hypothetically this does flag my account. It's not like if I go and do, you know, if I decide, oh, this is stupid, we're not going to get anything. The drop rates are scuffed. Doesn't make a difference if I go and farm expeditions now. It would already just, you know, you'd be watermarked whenever they do watermarking. But man, now I really want to go. Well, let's see. So, hypothetically, right? You spawn in a brand new level 2. You join somebody's party. They beat the final boss for you. So now you have expeditions unlocked in your level 2. You have 0 mods. And you can go into CT1, but it's like you just get one shot by everything, right? Like, there's no, like, I'm trying to think, like, how could you get like a CT? Well, no. Then you could go, oh my gosh, this would be so scuffed. Then you could go, and now you have expeditions unlocked. You could go and have somebody do a CT15, invite you to the end of the CT15. Then you have a then you have a challenge tier 2 at CT15. That might be pretty fun to do. See if I could gold tier a CT15 with 0 mods and a level 2 character. Oh man. I really just want to get back to running, you know, CT15 expeditions. But it's like I'm just like supremely curious now. Like, what's with these drop rates? You know what I mean? Vest of the Cannonball. So many Vests of the Cannonball. Like, it's crazy how many Vests of the Cannonball there are. But yeah, I dislike Frontline strictly because of Malloc at the end. No other reason at all. So many people are going to pop into the stream and think this is all I do. I like it a lot. I played co-op on Trickster today with Twisted Rounds. It's fine when there's two, but as a trio, I feel like Anomaly will take over. You think so? How's everybody else doing today? Frontline's underrated. Dude, okay, the other parts of Frontline are dope, right? Like, everybody loves those battlefield maps. But the final boss room is just 10 times more annoying than other expeditions. Straight up. It's right up there with Paxi and Homestead for, like, most annoying final boss room. You know what I mean? I hope I try World Tier 15 and compare. Yeah. Or I just get super bored of doing this because this is like not this is not enjoyable. Because where he follows you, he just kind of dies to Quake while I clear the room. Well, I mean, I guess you are on a dev. It's a little bit different. If you're trying to hit his crit spot as a fucking techno or something, it's agonizing. But yeah, I don't know. These hunt legendary raids just seem super scuffed. Part of me does want to try it on World Tier 15, but what am I doing exactly? What's up, Tommy Guns? Well, basically, since the game dropped, we've just been farming CT15s for legendaries and golds and stuff like that. No problem. Got like 90% of them out of the way. And then 3 days ago, we were going for the Akari set on the Pyromancer. Someone suggested to do hunts because you get guaranteed legendary armors. So for 3 days, basically like 12 hours a day, we farmed the hunts and just got a tremendous amount of duplicates. Oh, closing out the NPC screen. I would not do this. I would not suggest doing this on your account. The reason why it's risky is because it's clearly not intended, and PCF has made it pretty clear that if you do stuff like this, you're probably going to get a watermark or something on your account and like ruin your game. One full hunt it takes 5 seconds. To do the whole track of them takes about a half an hour. You got to do 10 of them and you get a guaranteed legendary. And so basically, I mean, if you look at our VODs from the other day, we essentially did it for, no joke, 3 days straight. And you get to World Tier 15 or CT 15? World Tier 15, I'm guessing. That's dope, dude. What's going on here? We're basically just testing hunt legendary drop rates. Probably do it a couple more times and then just call it. This is a waste of time. Total waste of time. Yeah, Tommy, the challenge tiers are the fun part, bro. Challenge tiers are the fun part. Yeah. All right. This will be our last try. And then we're going to do some level 1 stuff. What do we get? Gloves. We got gauntlets. We got Akari gauntlets, guys. How funny is that? I'm at World Tier 15 trying to do the rest of the sides, then I'll start Legendary. Yeah, dude. Well, the side quests are pretty solid as well. Update settings for Twitch, update settings for YouTube. Cool. All right. Well, what a tremendous waste of time these hunts were, huh? Damn shame. So, for those of you that aren't in the know, when you do, sorry, not World Tier. When you do 10 hunts, you can go and turn in the hunts to the guy in Trench Town and reset everything. And then when you do all 10, he'll give you a legendary. But what it looks like is happening is, like, for some reason it's very heavily weighted to not be anything other than Cannonball. Or, you know, it has a super, super low chance of actually being like a class item. And so that's basically what we've been testing for the past 3 days. So that's why we did it. You know, we go and we tried and we tried. I mean, look at all this Cannonball shit. And this is the stuff that we kept. Bunch of Cannonball stuff, Cannonball legs. We did get like a thing of the Reforged. This is basically, I mean, like, the amount of duplicates that we got, it's tremendous. And so we're basically going to try and see, hey, is it better to go and just race to CT15 and clear gold over and over again for legendaries, which is what my original thought process was? Or if you're going for a specific legendary piece, is it better to do hunts because you're only getting armor? And hunts is not the play. It's just not. Bounties, according to a bunch of people in the chat, right, guys? Bounties are giving you a bunch of random legendary things that are quite useful. A bunch of different legendary weapons. Probably helpful if you're trying to get tier 3 stuff that you don't already have and you don't like running expeditions. But for armor, your best bet is going to be just straight up grinding challenge tiers, because hunts right now are super scuffed. Like, really messed up. Unless, you know, look, there are a couple pieces on the Cannonball gear that you might want. Right? Like, geez, let's see. Let's see. We got a couple of these Charms of the Lava Lich. Etna's solid. Torturer's Glove's pretty garbage. Gauntlets of the Cannonball. That's not bad if you're running a firepower build. Definitely not bad. Akari Gloves, meh. Waistcloth the Reforged. I mean, the Reforged set is pretty doo-doo. Leg armor of the Cannonball, not really worth it. Right? I mean, Circle of Power might not be bad as a defensive mod, especially once they nerf Emergency Stance. Vest of the Cannonball. Garbage. All reliable, not the worst. Sergio's Beret, actually pretty solid. but already have a bunch of these, obviously. That's why it's not a big deal. But as far as actual set things, I mean, we got 19 million boots of the Lava Lich over the past 3 days. We got a bunch of Vest of the Cannonball. We got like maybe 2 helmets of the Akari. And we got, well, you just saw, we got our second gauntlet of the Akari. Basically 0 chest pieces aside from Cannonball, though. Now, your mileage may vary. Maybe because, so what you can do, right, for if you're trying to farm hunts quickly, say you're brand new to the game, you go and run all the hunts on World Tier 1, except for the last hunt. The last hunt, you put it up to your highest available World Tier. And so on this character, because I raced through the game at World Tier 1, for Techno, should you worry more about Firepower Anomaly? 100% Firepower. Firepower all day. Especially if you're going top tree. If you're going the middle tree or bottom tree, then like obviously things change, but if you're going Blighted Rounds build, then Firepower is what you want. Anomaly does not affect Blighted Rounds in the way that people think it does. So that's basically, you know, that's hunts in a nutshell for you guys. Now we can get back to theory crafting AP builds. Just sucks because 3 days of farming, not a single other Akari piece other than the friggin' gauntlets that have max health and are straight trash. Yeah, top tree all day, dude. I have a build that you can go check out on my channel if you want to. Or you can just press like, what is it, like exclamation point builds or something. It'll take you to the video. It's not updated for like the current go-to like meta, so to speak, but all right, let's go and reset our build here. What was I running before? That's fine. That's a waste of a slot. Convince Coliseum drops more armor pieces than other expeditions. Well, that's certainly something to check out. The developers did say that
So sorry to disappoint them.
I think a developer said at one point that, gosh, why do I keep losing my train of thought? That the expeditions that you pay for end up being
a fitting end.
End up having more loot than other ones, but from running it, I didn't notice anything different. What the hell was I running before? Had to have been those Broodmother gloves, huh? Let's just grab those. So we're gonna run now. If you have no legendaries or anything like that, it's pretty. Let's go phaser beam. Let's go feed the flames. Jeez, where is my old build now? There it is. I like to take pictures of all my builds on my phone so that I can... My ADHD short-term memory is not on point. But for people that don't have, you know, mega optimized anomaly power builds, it's a pretty safe bet. Yeah. So basically we're going to be fairly tanky. 2 out of 3 of our skills are going to proc this. The chest piece is not optimal. It's okay. These boots are not optimal either. No, Mitch. Did not. Did not. We just gave up because it's clearly scuffed. And that's really all there is to it. It's just fucking... It's messed up. I really haven't found like a better chest piece to run. Like how? Overheat, tidal wave. Actually, that's probably better, honestly. Toss that on. So now we'll have 3 things of heat wave. Bear with me, guys. I promise we'll get to farming in a sec. Doesn't matter. Jeez, what the hell was I running? I changed all my stuff from when we were farming those stupid hunts. Remember, guys, emergency stance is like currently bugged right now. It's definitely worth grabbing, putting on your gear. It seems to be giving like a, I don't know, 65% damage reduction just for no reason at all. Wow, did I just like make a copy of this like an idiot? Oh, one of these is level 20 though. I'm not gonna bother leveling that up. Okay. Ride the wave, that's okay. You gotta get rid of that. Was I missing anything else? really. Hidden way to drop price for specific legendaries. What's up, Andrew? How are you doing, dude? Thanks for hopping on the Twitch chat. I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch right now, so if anybody feels like hopping over to Twitch, go for it. Link is in the description. If anybody has any questions about climbing or anything like that, let me know. You can also do like exclamation point builds or exclamation point climb in the chat. And see some of my guides for it. All right, so let's sorry, just want to do one more thing. We've already got that covered. Heat wave damage, we're not really looking for that. We've already got that attached. Hey, Messiah, thanks for the follow, broski. Appreciate it, man. We're almost at affiliate. Almost. Maybe we can toss Captain Hunter? So we do some more damage to elites? I feel like whatever build I was running before was... like, I should have taken a picture of all my gear. Damn it. I don't remember. Whatever. We'll just rock that because this build, we're not exactly optimized, so our, what's the word I'm looking for? Actually, I might as well just delete all this stuff, huh? Cannonballs, trash. Maybe we keep the... No, don't keep that. Porter's gloves is pointless. Maybe I should just keep it just for the sake of having it. I don't know. But if anybody has any questions about climbing at all, please feel free to ask. We already... man, I swear, on like a daily basis, we're helping people with climbing. Let's try and get something done with this super not polished. This super not polished AP build. How are you doing today, Aegis? Cannonball isn't worth the grind, that's the thing. That's the problem. I really like the phaser playstyle, but man, I really want those, you know, want those legendary sets for Pyro that really pushed over the edge. Akari is just so huge in terms of damage output.
Some time ago, Juno scouts reported a pod streaking through the sky.
You know?
Near a sacred monument.
But it's like, watch, now because we did that shit this morning, I'm gonna get a fucking watermark on my account, even though even though we have legitimately I don't even know how many days played. Let's see, should we check? Or am I gonna be super embarrassed by how many days played I have on this game? Where is it? Go to Outriders. Stats. 10 days. 10 days played. And this game came out, what, the 1st? 784 expeditions. Legendaries found, 0 time in co-op. And I could get watermarked because I checked some hunt drop rates. But that's what we do, bro. We check for science, man. And if I ever got watermarked, I'll just make a new account, climb up CT15. Keep going on and off because I'm a security guard. Hey, no problem, dude. No problem at all. Thanks for hopping in here anyway. Appreciate everybody in the chat. You know. Do you like your security guard gig? Like, is it pretty chill? Or is it like super stressful? Check out a really useful build defining set like Akari. Borealis is like... Borealis is like the only like passable one, but in comparison to just running a, you know, just a pure epic build with close range, long range, Borealis like pales in comparison, you know? I mean, we tested it. But Borealis just requires a lot of investment, not optimal stats, and you know you're really relying on Cold Snap for a pretty large damage proc, right? But it's like Cold Snap is you know, not necessarily worth it. All right, let's see. I might just get straight up thrown in the trash can here. But we'll see. See how it goes. Legendary should be best in slot. Is Borealis bugged? I don't know. What's wrong with it? Is it not giving the critical damage bonus? I played with it like within like the launch week, just to see if we can make a build that would work in comparison to, you know, what we were building before. And it was just not particularly worth. I should probably make sure I don't have a friggin' level like 20 piece on accidentally, huh? Do I? No, I'm good. Okay. Keep in mind, guys, this build is far from optimal. Might not even get gold here. Might eat shit. All of the above. Oh, please let me move. Oh boy. Whoa. That was weird. Oh, Comet stopped working. That's always a fun time. Killing bosses is like the worst part of this build. But you are pretty safe otherwise, so can't complain too much. friendly reminder that twice as hot is like an insane mod for Pyromancer. Supposedly only gives 20% crit bonus instead of 90. Yeah, I'm sure the bonus is probably dope in co-op, where your buddies can benefit from it if it's currently working. That is, if it's not, then that's rough. But a lot of I wish they would explain some of the caps in this game. You know what I mean? Like from what I understand, like I've got triple heat wave, right, and I've got the mods on that give me three copies of it, or 3 casts of it, but I guess the damage bonus only actually stacks up to 50%, so 2 casts. But like nowhere does it tell you that it's doing that. I'm not doing my combo correctly at all. It's okay though. Could be a bug, but I just think it would be nice in terms of damage amplification talents and stuff like that. Like, wouldn't be the worst thing in the world to have, you know, it says, oh hey, heat wave increases damage dealt to the target by 25%, you know, up to a cap of 50%. It's like literally like one extra word, save people a bunch of time and potentially wasted mod slots. Same thing with hunts. Like, I think, I mean, I don't know. It might be interesting to have, like, weighted legendary drop rates in expeditions, you know, for certain ones. Like, if they really wanted to go and, you know, make some, expedition variety changes, right? Like, that's what they do. Alright, Comet, I need you to work here, bro. Sorry if I'm not looking at chat. I actually have to try with this build because we're not optimal. But as far as builds are concerned, it's a pretty safe build when it comes to just grinding up to CT15. If you don't want to do volcanic rounds or something. You know, are we going to make the timer? I don't know. Dude, people were really complaining about alpha, what do you call it? Alpha perforos. Which I don't really get the complaints. they leap at you and it's annoying, but there's much more annoying enemies in this game. Am I wrong? Tried moaning winds with Fortress and Comet with Fortress. If I had Fortress, I would be using both of those, sir.
There's a storm brewing. I need to hurry.
Fortress is one of the only tier 3 weapon mods that I do not have. Unfortunately. And now that we're working on anomaly power builds, it's extra unfortunate because that's, you know, bread and butter for anomaly power. I'm thinking we're probably not going to hit the gold timer with this build on this run, but I could be wrong. Just don't have the boss damage because we're missing a lot of those tier 3 mods, you know? If I could get out of this weird place I'm in right now, that'd be cool. Be dead with that one. Stupid dragonfly, where are you? These things are the worst. We got it out of the way though. Timer-wise, we're looking okay, I think. If you're trying to go for CT, you know, 15 gold, or you're just trying to climb, kiting around the entire outside of this area is pretty useful. Just because if you're trying to dodge dragonflies or anything like that, basically just makes it so you can do that. But it's a pretty safe build, all things considered. I say that and I'm gonna get like one shot. That'd be hilarious. Would really like it if the Broodmother would come closer, that way I can hit it with some of these. Some more dragonflies should be spawning. Ow. If I can get these things out of the way, I prefer that over the Broodmother, honestly. Ooh, that's a little too close for comfort. we're CT15 on this terrible build. Cool. A lot easier with Captain Hunter on. I mean, our boss damage is still not there, but
Outrider, there's a storm
it's
coming
okay.
your way.
There's a well here. Spewing anomaly energy. It's creating the storm. That's what's causing the vibration.
At least I know I haven't completely lost my mind. Now get out of there.
Weird that you can slot a modern weapon and dismantle another cheap way of gearing your alts. Oh yeah, dude, for sure. That's what I did for all my guys.
Access granted.
I mean, except for like the melee ones and stuff like that. Watch me get an Akari piece here. And no, get Icarus. Doo-doo. It's okay, though. Alphas are the worst. If I dodge, they should miss, but never do. Gotta dodge into stuff. You know? Like, look at that mod damage. The mod damage, when you don't have, like, an optimal setup on an anomaly build, especially, mods like that do so much. Like 50 million from Shadow Comet. 26 million from Twice as Hot. But middle tree is definitely a very safe tree if you're trying to run anomaly power pyro. You know. I don't know how this build would do on Coliseum. Be a little iffy. I'm hoping with like the quality of life stuff that they really go and fix some of the interactions on some weapons. You know, sometimes the comet just stops working. Sometimes the scrap grenade stops working. Very low cooldowns on this build. Because of Twice as Hot, as soon as you go and use any other abilities, it burns everything that you already hit. Really nice. Whoops. Only reason why we're using Feed the Flames is to proc, what do you call it? Proc the 45% anomaly power boost. People get 3 heat waves from mods, broski. I can show you after this. Loss damage in this build is just not there yet, though, fortunately. That was from legendary set bonuses? No, if you look at your tier 1 mods, for Pyromancer, you have 2 separate heat wave increasing mods. You can just slot them on. Just done Scorched Lands for the first time. Honestly, feels like it's forgiving timer. Scorched Lands, people have been coming in saying it's pretty good. I think I only ran it like a couple times just to get all my golds out of the way. Oh, he melted, huh? The music isn't too loud, right, guys? Just toss it on today. How's everybody else in the chat doing? Pretty good? Thanks for hopping in. If you have any questions, let me know. We're just workshopping a Anomaly Power Pyromancer build right now that isn't really relying on any legendaries. Until we can get those legendaries, but we've got all the classes to CT15, so we can pretty much talk about any of them. Probably talk about Devastator the least, even though I did do the melee Devastator build, but we've got a bunch of people in the chat who are running Devastator, so pretty solid. Yeah, your 3-piece? No, I did not. I thought mods were bugged and didn't even try. I was wondering why I had 2 exact same descriptions but different names. Yeah, so as long as the mod has a different name, you can they're stackable. It's basically the only restriction on them is you can't have the same name. Now, is there another tier 3 mod that gives you another heat wave? I can't remember, but you can use, you know, you can use that many heat waves just with tier 2 mods. It's not even really needed, honestly. Probably only 2 is, like, necessary, considering the damage amplification bonus only goes up to 50%. Uh-oh. Don't really want to be standing there. I feel like we're not going to time this. I think this thing just kills elites way too slowly right now without the proper mod setup, unfortunately. Get a nice reload here. I'm also doing my combo like the entire wrong way. Ideally, you want to do Feed the Flames first. That way you get the 45% anomaly power. It's okay, though. Or 35% anomaly power? I can't even remember now. But who knows? Maybe if I just race through. Oh my god, that's the worst ability in the world, by the way. Jeez. It's very highly unlikely that I make this gold timer. It's okay, though. There's 2 tier 1 mods that add 2 more heat waves. Yeah. Watch most of your attempts. Let's hope your RNG changes for you soon. Yeah, I mean, I stopped doing the hunts. It was a good test just to see, you know, what how it was in comparison to running CT15s with like an unoptimized build, but it looks like the hunts, the loot rates are like scuffed or something. Something's up with them. That doesn't make them very optimal to run. Once we can get this build optimal, though, it'll be solid. Whoops. Definitely not making this timer, unfortunately. But that was expected. Alright, time for the people.
But that maniac isn't too happy about it. Here we go.
Any luck with Coliseum, Mayo? Oh, whoops. Thought I had multiple heatwave charges up. That's not good. Where the hell is this guy? Stop playing phone tag with me, bro. Yeah, didn't make the cut for the timer. Rough. God, if I had just gotten those Akari pieces from the hunts, man, I could farm any weapons or whatever on my Techno or Trickster. It'd be no problemo. This will get there eventually. We literally just need, like, man, 2 pieces. Managed to confirm the best cannonball farm in the game. Bro. That hurts, man. I don't think that needed any confirmation, though. That's the worst part about it. I don't think I had to sacrifice days of my life to prove that. Let's get one of these bosses out of the way. Okay, cool. Everything else, let's just line it up. Laser beam.
Not a bad shot. Maybe you'll finally shut up now. The pod is ours.
Outrider detected. Access granted.
Yep. Ripperoonie. Ripperoonie. Well, what can you do? Damage dealt. Shadow Comet twice as hot. We just don't have the build together yet. Just don't have it together yet. But we're getting there. At the very least, can certainly climb with this thing. Curse of the Cannonball now. So true. Yeah, I'm gonna get. I got Curse of the Cannonball, and I'm gonna get a fucking watermark. That's what I get. Does Scorched Land have birds on it? I don't know how the Pyro does versus birds.
Hence the deep humming noise reverberating through the forest. It comes and goes. During our journey, it has grown louder. Next to this gate, it is more piercing than ever. Outrider, I need to know the cause of this.
Tiago was right about that hum.
Watermark to be a cannonball chest piece.
Strange structure. Some kind of switch.
It's literally the edge transit of Outriders. 100%. Wonder if... I'm trying to think of like the optimal strategy to get everything to bunch up here. I feel like it's right here. Oh my gosh, that's actually so OP. If this like weird wall thing for whatever reason blocks the attacks from Broodmother, feel like it does. Oh my gosh, now I got guys behind me. Well, that's gonna help out a lot. I mean, the biggest problem with this room is how spread out everything is. It's obnoxious. But if I can just funnel everything into one doorway and it kind of blocks Broodmother abilities, that's the go-to, baby. That's the go-to. That's why we do it for science. This makes everything so much easier to mow down. I like that. I think that's a lot. I think that went a lot faster than it was last time.
Nice view.
Now, if we can find a spot like that for everything.
An obelisk mechanism in the middle.
Stop playing because I kept getting armor when I did Inferno. Seed played it again. Got 2 more. Seismic Commander's the bleed set, right? That set's a big deal, man. It's a big deal. Even when we're unoptimized, we always gotta try and optimize these runs, baby. I have the most random hodgepodge of songs on right now. How far down has this gone? Oh, wow. How about this one? Oh, hey. I forgot I'm in an expedition, aren't I? We can get them all lined up. Like right now, I think the only tier 3 we have on is Captain Hunter. Just for the giggles. Right? I mean, we obviously have the Helmet of Akari, but that's just gonna be bought. Really, this Twice as Hot is the biggest thing. With anomaly builds, man, those tier 1s. They're crispy. Wish I could give you a death shield. I'm actually like the least concerned about the death shield farming. It's like I can do that on any class, right? It's just the Akari stuff. Like obviously this is not a super optimized build. It's a fine build for climbing, but definitely far from optimal. I could go and farm, you know, that thing on Techno faster if I wanted to. The Akari thing, I can only do it on this guy. But it kind of makes it fun because it's like, if I actually do get legendary armor drops, theoretically, it should be new stuff that I haven't, like, gotten before. I'm using the Golem Bug? I mean, I'm using Emergency Stance. You can do without it, but there's no reason not to right now.
There's a storm brewing.
There isn't like a build in the game currently that wasn't using Emergency Stance. And until they fix it, there's no reason not to use it. I wish I didn't use it for the final run of my melee golem, melee devastator, because that's what I got the most fucking complaints about, even though I literally fucking did everything to avoid excuses. I slapped on that one piece that had Perseverance Fist and Emergency Golem. And Emergency Golem isn't even fucking good for that build. And I got so many complaints. Like, oh, the only reason why you're able to do this is because of Emergency Stance. And it's like, nah, son, like, this shit rips. The melee build is just solid, dude. But yeah, right now I have Emergency Stance on my Pyromancer. But it's like, ideally in an optimal build, I wouldn't. I'd run something else, like the thing that makes it so your overheat gives you armor or whatever. I just don't have the optimized pieces yet, you feel me? I want to kill these dragonflies more than anything else. Those are the guys. They're the worst. Truly. They're just the freaking worst. Is there one behind me right now? No. Don't run Emergency Stance anymore? I mean, you don't have to in a lot of builds. There's other things that are great. But it's like, right now, there's no reason not to. In my opinion. You can take care of all your defensive mod slots in one go. And I think even after they fix the bug, it's still going to be fucking insane. You could always, if you feel like not using that, you could go and run, You could run the mod that makes it so you get a shield when you're at 30%. That's totally reasonable as well. Which depends on your taste. Ow, getting hit pretty friggin' hard here. Not ideal. Making okay time though, so that's okay. Thought we might be able to take care of the stupid dragonfly there. Guess not. That's okay. There we go. Uh-oh. Probably not the smartest idea to just stand still there. That's okay, though. Last but not least. Cool. Faster than last time. We are optimizing, guys. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
Storm coming your way.
There's a well
Yeah, Jacob. Basically,
storm. That's what's causing the vibration.
At least I know I haven't
see that shield above my health bar? People think that Golem, once you activate emergency stance, it's like active all the time afterwards, and thus the shield icon. Random Thunderbird. Hey, Robe of the Lava Lich. Which one is that? Should have just... I could have spent 3 days farming this shit instead of farming hunts. Should have just stuck with my gut. But you gotta do it for science, man. You gotta do it for science. What is this? Improved Eruption. I mean, that's not bad if you're running an Eruption build. We'll toss it in the bag. Emergency Stance is like one of my most recommended defensive mods, period. Just super solid. And that was before we even knew about the friggin' bug. I've Absolute Zero's another is one of the other legendaries that I just have never gotten, but most of the legendary weapons seem to roll like a higher than average firepower stat. What variation is Absolute Zero anyway? Yeah, for sure, CT15. I mean, that's what I was preaching. You know, but theoretically, hunts should be the go-to if you just need legendary armor pieces for your class. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be the case. So now we tested hunts for 3 days. We tested them extensively this morning with, you know, just dashboarding. Probably got ourselves a nice fucking watermark for no reason. And then now we're going to go and we're going to get the Akari set in like 2 hours of farming because CT15s are more optimal. Bunch of crunch, man. Not my favorite, but it's there. I hate this music. What is this? This one's fine. Shame for people who can't reach CT15. Dude, I think anybody can reach CT15. You know? It really is just about having the right mods. Let's see, do I want to do Scorched Lands? Shit, we'll give it a try. We'll give it a try on this account. I mean, on this character. I legitimately don't remember an ounce of Scorched Lands.
Camp is suffering a water shortage.
Not an ounce of it. Ask for you to go to the lobby and come back in order to reset expeditions? I don't know. Never tested it. Never tested it. I mean, I think probably if it ever crossed my mind, I would have thought less lobby load-ins, maybe a lower chance of inventory bugs. But really, I've never tested it. Didn't even think about it until you actually just said it. Is that what you do, Jake? You go to lobby instead of joining and starting an expedition? Is that what other people do? I've just, like, that's just how I've done it from the jump. Could just be one of those things where I don't even think about it. Interesting. I'll give it a try on the next one. Oh, we do got fucking birds in this map. Pieces of garbage. My gosh, there's a lot of guys in this fucking area. Dude, what is the gold timer on this? That thing goes across the whole screen. Holy shnikes. It's crazy. Ah, I can't hit him. These fucking birds, man. God damn it. I feel like my comet doesn't even hit him. Oh, there we go. Guessing the timer on this one's like fairly forgiving, but man, it looks long as fuck. Unless the timer is just super forgiving. I don't know. Then again, there is a lot of freaking birds. Comet's better than Scrap Grenade? Well, Scrap Grenade is only occurs on the first shot of the mag. So I don't really put them in the same category. So I just run both. You know. Hey Eon, thanks for chilling here, bro. Yeah, I should be on. No reason I wouldn't be. Yo, I'm telling you guys, I'll be on stream at some point and randomly I'll just get a notification that I've been watermarked from that fucking 20 minutes of farming we did this morning. Too funny. I really wanted to put a poll on Reddit and just ask them, like, okay, if you have been farming, I mean, feel free to answer if you're in the chat too. If you've been farming the pre-order weapon for like a solid weapon roll, you know, and like exiting out of the game and loading back in to farm that, or if you've been doing like dashboard farming for like vendor rolls or hunt farms, like, do you expect, are you doing it knowing that there's the potential for a watermark? Or are you doing it expecting that they're not going to watermark you and that they'll just patch it eventually and then everybody will go about their business like they've done for the other runs? So I'm so curious because I feel like I see, especially in the past couple days, so many people have been noticing issues with the hunts. And so many people are recommending, like, oh, if you don't get what you want from the hunt, just like fucking, you know, unplug your internet connection, or you know, Alt F4, whatever. But it's like, when I see stuff like that, I immediately think, okay, if I do this, my account is potentially in jeopardy. I'm like, I mean, I care, but at the same time, it's like, I really love this game, so if I have to go and level up another account because I go and do something for science, it's no big deal. But I'm curious what other people think. You know, like, are people expecting to get watermarked as, like, cheaters and stuff? I don't know. Yeah, Jake, I got both. It's not really the most optimal setup in the world. Don't want to be near that explosive. Oh no, not this fucking thing. But I mean, the scrap grenade is a decent chunk of damage. It's just on the first round of the mag. And I mean, I guess you could go and like run scrap grenade and or whatever the hell it's called. You could run that and like that reload on roll perk, but Shadow Comet, in terms of like rotating through stuff, is like pretty solid. Yeah, and I mean, I just don't know if people, like, just don't care. Like, if they're at the point where they just don't give a shit. Or if they just don't know, or they just assume it's gonna happen. And I totally know that, like, hey, in other games, like, this shit happens all the time. Like, in Avengers, it was a common thing. Like, you just go and, like, you could change your system clock. We know for a fact that changing your system clock, they don't like that in this game. But like, as far as, like, vendoring and stuff like that, like, in Avengers, no big deal. In Borderlands, like, probably no big deal. But in this game, they kind of made a point to say, like, hey, like, if you do stuff in a certain way, then, like, we're gonna watermark you and ruin your matchmaking and shit. And so that's the only reason why I ask in terms of Outriders. Like, I know in other games, 100%, like, they don't give a fuck. But in Outriders, it seems to be a different approach. But it's like when I hop on stream and I go and I test something that's in that, like, gray area, it's like, I know, like, okay, there's definitely the potential, if they wanted to, they could just say, hey, when they do that next round of checks, they look and say, oh, you know what, like, on, what's today? April 17th, like, Adam went and reset his hunts, like, 20 times in an hour to check for drop rates. Like, we don't like that. Get the watermark out. You know what I mean? But I do it knowing that. I wonder, just like, you know, if the people on the subreddit do that knowingly, or they, like, do it knowingly, they don't care, do it knowingly, and, like, they think that, like, they're not gonna actually do anything about it. You know what I mean? That's all. Because, like, the whole Alt F4 thing, it's definitely in a gray area. And it's like, some people don't give a shit. Some people, it's like, I'm just gonna play with my friends, or I'm just gonna play it by myself, and, like, I don't give a fuck if I'm flagged for matchmaking or have a watermark. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? For me, it's like, okay, if I get watermarked or something, then, like, on every single one of my videos, it's just gonna be assumed that, like, you hacked or something. Which is, in my opinion, is very different from, you know, doing re-rolls in a vendor or checking for hunts. But some people don't see it that way. Just thinking out loud. So Lee, on the sub, and in a lot of their developer posts, you know, they made a big deal about not exploiting vendors and stuff like that in their cheating policy. And they said stuff in the full, you know, in the demo, if you want to... What the hell? Why did that dude just get why did he just get vaporized immediately? What the hell was that? Am I wrong? What the heck? Did that boss... He just went from 100 to 0 real quick. Maybe he got, like... Maybe I put the debuff on him, and he got hit by a bunch of the enemy abilities from behind? Because, like, what the heck was that, yo? Oh my gosh, wow, we got loads of guys over here. Holy moly. Stupid birds everywhere. Definitely gotta take them out when we get the chance. Sorry, but they were basically, you know, they basically just said, for, you know, lack of a better term, that, you know, stuff that's going to be exploiting stuff via changing system clock or external means, you know, that they could potentially, you know, will potentially get people... Wow, I'm just jammed in this corner, huh? This is an interesting... This is very interesting. Definitely can't move from here. So I'm here until this guy dies. Oh, I was like trapped behind like a skull thing. I'm getting the crap kicked out of me right now. But that's all. Like, the fact that they've gone and they've punished people for stuff that already historically hasn't been a big deal in other games like this just raises the question. You know, when people were in the demo, that Brood Guardian, baby. Alright, let's just try and mow down a couple of these guys. Right, like PC players and I don't know if PlayStation players maybe were changing their system time in the demo in order to refresh vendor roles, you know? And they basically said, hey, we're not going to punish you for it this time, but in the future doing so is going to go and get you a cheater watermark. So then it's like, hey, you know, if they're going to do it for that, which is another thing that is, you know, a fairly common occurrence in these types of games, what else are they going to do? What else do they consider? Wow, that is a super forgiving timer, huh?
All right, Zahidi. I found one of our pods. And as a bonus, we can all start bathing again.
Excellent. That water's gonna be a
Scorched lands.
I'll be sure to
Definitely forgiving timer. Not a huge fan of the birds, but everything else, wide open, pretty easy. Not mad at it. If they do, they will lose a lot of hardcore looter shooter players. That's what we do, and we've always done, and we'll continue to do. Hey man, totally agree. That's what I'm saying is like, you're already in a rough spot with the community, right? Like the swing and a miss in regards to the nerfs. And you know, the inventory wipe bug took a while to figure out. The servers took a little while to figure out. And to me, it's like, okay, that's kind of expected for a new release game, but for a lot of people, that leaves a bad taste in their mouth. Especially, is there any word on the elite offers a reset? No. Some people were reporting it. If you like opened the elite offer at like level 49 and went up to 50, then like maybe it'll reset. Or like some people were just getting random resets, but nothing like a new wave of items, because we would have seen it already. But yeah, I totally agree that like, hey, if you that's poopy. If you go and you take another shot at the community again, how's that gonna come across? Now, here's the thing though. I'm good, Shrikant. How are you, bro? How are you, my friend? Friendly reminder, guys, any builds or anything you want, or climbing advice, I got videos on my channel. Feel free to hop over onto Twitch and give me a follow over there, trying to get my average viewers up so I can hit affiliate. That would be appreciated. If you have any questions at all, feel free to ask me. I got every class of CT15. Like, you know, if you have any questions about anything, like, I would rather spend my resources than have you guys waste your resources. You know what I'm saying? So feel free to ask any questions or anything like that.
Guess we didn't make such a bad team.
But yeah, the thing is, right, is like,
We changed the goddamn world.
the nerfs upset a lot of people, and piled on top of the inventory stuff upset a lot of people. Now you've got just like, man, the subreddit is just, it's really hard to look at sometimes because people are so overtly negative, even when it's like a lot of the stuff is could be self-medicated, right? Like people dying in one shot or people not being able to make it to a certain tier. A lot of that is user error. And there's certainly some annoying things in the game, but like you got people going really hard on the negative train. And it's due in part because of the, you know, the combination of the inventory wipes and whatever, and the nerfs. And so it's like, do you go and, you know, you got to do something to kind of curry favor with the community, so to speak. And so there's probably a percentage of people that don't give a shit about the watermark at all and just say, hey, I want to play this game. I'm barely able to get on because of inventory wipes, or I lost this before because of inventory wipes. I lost like XYZ hours. Like, who cares? You know what I mean? But there's also a large amount of people that are, you know, mega white knights in regards to anything that is not like perfect, you know, perfect play, right? Like, I ran that melee devastator build. I intentionally made it like harder on myself so that nobody would have any excuses when like looking at the build, right? Like, couldn't say there's any legendaries, couldn't say there's any tier 3s. Like, the whole goal was to show that anybody can climb. And so like I intentionally didn't use like really any skills. I had like impale, but that did nothing. So like the goal was to make it so there was going to be nothing that people could complain about or point to. And then like literally I released the video. You know, we climbed the entire day without emergency stance on, like from World Tier 1 to World Tier 14 with no emergency stance. And then for the final run, I just said, oh, let's just toss this on, because it had that 300% melee perk on the piece as well. And so then you have a bunch of people who love the build and understand that like you can climb with whatever, and it's helpful to a lot of people. And then you have a bunch of people, I mean, I got a bunch of hate messages on Reddit and on YouTube saying like, oh, it's trash. The only reason why you're able to even do this is because it's because you're using emergency stance. And it's just like, fuck, like I wish I just didn't even put it on for the last run. You know what I mean? Like, and then they're like, oh, you can only do this on Arcways of Enoch. And it's like, I don't get, it's not about like, the video wasn't, and the climb wasn't about, oh, what's the hardest way to climb? The video was about, if you want to climb, you don't need a bunch of tier 3s, you don't need a bunch of legendaries, you can do it on the consensus worst class in the game, and you can still do just fine. But it's like people will pick at any little thing, you know? And so you're always going to have people that are just naysayers when it comes to, you know, when it comes to this game, when it comes to other games as well. But I think the main, I got off track there, but the main point was just, you know, you're going to, you have people that, you know, people are sending me hate mail because I use emergency stance that everybody in the game is using, right? Like I did all melee all the way to CT15, but because I did emergency stance, it's trash. And you're 100% going to have a bunch of people, like say hypothetically they did go and they watermarked everybody that farmed for those Hell's Ranger pre-order rifles, and they watermarked everybody who, you know, dashboarded or Alt F4 farmed at some point for a vendor role. And you're gonna have a bunch of people crying out and saying like, oh come on man, like we're not, it's not the same thing as hacking. But then you're gonna have a bunch of people who say like anything that isn't, you know, 100% pure, like you deserve to get whatever, you know, you deserve to get banned, you deserve to get this. And so it's gonna be interesting. I'm really curious to see what they do, but I think the start of the conversation was just, I wonder if the people that are doing those things are doing it knowing that there's the potential for a watermark, or if they just really think that there is zero potential for a watermark, you know? Yeah, well, and, you know, look, there's some people who just have a hard time with this type of game. Time trials aren't necessarily easy. You know, some people don't want to go and try and optimize perfect builds. It is, you know, somewhat of a decent amount of work, but that's the name of the game right now. And so, like, that's why, like, I sort by new. Like, literally, I wake up every morning, I sort by new, and I see, like, if people are complaining or people are saying, like, hey, I can't climb. And then I just have them post their builds and just try and answer whatever they're, you know what I mean? Like, just try and get them unstuck, because so much of it is just like, once you've climbed one time, you're like, oh, like, this is how you do it. Like, this is what I'm fucking up on. But, like, for a lot of people, it's that first time where it's like, it's rough. Like, you think you have an optimized build until you see an optimized build, and then you're like, oh, like, that's what I'm fucking up on. You know? People giving me hate. Dude, like, it's whatever. Like, I just ignore them. You know? In the realm of YouTube, a dislike is weighted exactly the same as a like in terms of engagement. At least that's how it used to be. So it's like, if people want to be negative, go ahead and be negative, but that's a reflection on you, not on me. That's not to say, like, I'm all about the criticism. Like, if somebody has, like, a suggestion or something, I'm all about it, you know? Or if somebody has an improvement, all about it, but the amount of people that are just like, oh, you're just using the emergency stance as a crutch, huh? And it's like, oh my gosh, like, dude, get a fucking grip. For people that are climbing, you should use whatever the fuck possible to climb. If you're struggling, do whatever. It doesn't matter if you fucking get CT15. The difference between someone getting CT15 on arcways and getting CT15 on frontline doesn't exist. Right? Either way, you're CT15. So if you got an unoptimized build, fucking run arcways, get that timer down, you know? Or scorched lands or whatever. At the end of the day, the only thing that the goal is the climb. It's just to fucking get to the top, and then you can experiment with all the builds and know what everybody else is talking about in regards to CT15 farming. And those are the most fun conversations for me, when people are like, hey, like, I'm running an optimized, you know, blighted rounds build. I've got all anomaly, and it's like, no. Like, that's why you're struggling. Like, switch it to firepower. Like, what are you doing, son? And then they do it, and they're like, yo, this changed my life. It's like, there you go. That's the good shit. And it's especially helpful that for some reason we seem to have an overwhelming amount of Devastator players that hang out in the chat. So, like, anybody that comes in and says they can't climb with Dev, we got a bunch of people that can help out, even if I can't. I mean, I can to some extent, but I don't know the ins and outs of Dev, just the melee portion. You don't even think emergency stance is bugged anymore? I mean, it might not be, but the symbols on the bottom of the screen. I honestly, I mean, from the start of the game, it seemed like a really solid one. Never even noticed it. But people see the symbol on the bottom of the screen. Now the question is it actually reducing all damage done by 65% right now while I don't have it active? Or is it just a UI bug? You know? And I've also seen like a massive uptick of people who are saying that, like, randomly they get one shot and do way less damage than they were doing the day before. And I'm really curious, like, usually you amount that to, you know, you sum that up to user error, right? But, like, there's just, I don't know if it's just like the hive mind of, like, you know, the subreddit where people are like seeing that, like, someone is doing less damage or someone's getting one shot, and then another person says, oh, this must be happening to me, this is why, and then, like, all of a sudden everybody's saying that people are getting one shot. You know what I mean? But it's like, I like to look at just the trends and just see, like, is there some kind of fuckery going on? Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, dude. You know? Some people got stuff going on in their lives. Shit happens. People are gonna have opinions too, you know? It's totally fine. Awkward moment when your thing stops working. I mean, your weapon mod stops working. Dude, I really gotta go. I clipped the last time when that ran. Oh my gosh, these stupid dragonflies! Like, you gotta take a hike. Dragonflies are the real boss. Cool. Got him down. I'm really curious to see what absolutely annihilated the boss, one of those bosses last time. It was so weird. He just straight up exploded. There we go. This is interesting. Okay, there we go, cool. Let's work our way back this way. Whoa, chill. Look at the stuns. Oh my gosh, so good. Really gotta get out of this place. Get out of this place. We gotta get some line of sight on those guys and on the stupid bugs. Okay, one bug down. That guy should be dead. Cool. Cool. See, COD, it's highly toxic, but you have people like the Rogue Machine who just enjoy.
Outrider, there's a storm coming your way.
They've asked to show someone a one-to-one comparison between two characters in identical gear.
That's what's causing the vibration.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying, like,
My mind. Now get out of there.
the problem is, like, people are, you gotta remember, that's a developer-run subreddit, right? Like,
Access granted.
it's totally, it is controlled, moderated by the developers, and they let people go and spout all that shit. You know? Trash weapons, it's okay. I'm again farming demo for Outriders for some more time and unlocking mods. Did I hear you, bro? Problem with social media is people struggle having debates anymore, taking constructive criticism. It's all about scoring dig points. Oh, so true. There's a lot of good stuff that comes from the internet, though. So you gotta just take the good with the bad, I suppose. It is what it is. But that's also just a problem in the general culture right now. Is people not having normal, discourse or debates. It's unfortunate. Definitely unfortunate.
I got something I need a hand with. Some inbred bandits have taken the road between Trench and Dead Rock. They were just robbing and killing folks, but now their crazy leader, some Dr. Detonator, he's taking them hostage. I can't have that shit on my doorstep. It's real bad for business.
Dude, our viewer average is at 1.4 now, man. It's climbing on Twitch. It's climbing. The question is, when we get to that point, do we go the Twitch affiliate route so we get the sub button? That means can't really multi-stream anymore, Tricky. Remember me from when I mailed you the gun that allowed you to apply status to you on Borderlands? I remember that occurring. I might not remember by name. You're on Xbox though? I mean, I probably still have you added to my friends list. I randomly go and purge some stuff, but I definitely gosh, now I'm trying to remember what build I was doing on Borderlands that required that. Probably some low health thing. Oh no, was it for the invincibility bug? Is that what that was for? God, I'm trying to remember. It's been so long since I've played Borderlands, but I recall the need for such a gun. I hope you're not offended by that. I just don't I might not remember you specifically by name. But I mean, I probably, if I added you as a friend or you added me as a friend at one point, probably on my friends list. God, I'm trying to remember. Now I'm like trying to dig down a rabbit hole of what was I trying to do on Borderlands that I needed the gun that did damage to me? Something to trigger a shield proc? Oh yeah, I remember. Man, I would love it if you could trade in Outriders. That'd be so fucking dope. That'd be so awesome. That's what really made the farming on Borderlands fun for me, was just being able to go and get people a bunch of those hex grenades because they were just totally broken.
Tiago was right about that hum. My teeth are chattering from the vibration. Strange structure. Some kind of switch over there.
Yeah, but do you remember what I was using it for? Do you remember why I needed to deal damage to myself? I can't remember if it was for some kind of build. That's what it was. I think that's definitely what it was. Yeah, man, I love playing Borderlands. I love playing looter shooters. It's just Borderlands, it took them a long time to come out with new content and stuff, you know? And I was, you know, working and doing other stuff at the time, but trying to be more consistent with my streaming and uploading videos and stuff. Like, my most favorite thing to do is to actually be playing the games, not to do, like, the editing and everything else. So it's like sometimes I get into like a rhythm where it's like, oh man, I just want to I want to go on and like play. I want to go on and farm or do whatever instead of having to go and do a bunch of editing or chop up some clips, you know? But I'm really liking Outriders. The depth is there, they just gotta keep delivering on updates. I know it wasn't, you know, games as a service model, but hopefully any refunds people are doing didn't hurt their bottom line too bad, you know? Game Pass, I'm sure, is helping them out in terms of the player-based department. Fire hose Moze. Dude, Moze, oh man, they tried to nerf that Moze build so many times, dude. So many. They nerfed the grenade build and it was still super fucking busted. Oh man.
Weird. The gate open.
Lines 3 story was also horrid and the endgame took a long time to fix. Yeah, I mean, look, I'm not too big on like stories in general. Like I find the Borderlands, you know, normally Borderlands story is like pretty funny, you know, or like some of the side quests are pretty funny. But yeah, endgame, I was just really disappointed that it didn't launch with a raid. I was so shocked. You know, especially because people were like going and doing like out of bounds like glitches and stuff to go to where like the raid location was probably gonna be, and then it was just like there was just nothing there. Nothing ever came of it. I mean, they probably added it there after I stopped playing, but I just couldn't believe that they didn't have a raid off the jump. You know. That's some of the most fun stuff. You know, like in Borderlands 2 when you'd go and do like Terramorphous or whatever. Man, there's some real quality of life changes that they could go and make to this game that would really make a big deal. Didn't they just release their first raid instead of a takedown? So maybe I'm getting the terminology wrong. I'm referring to raids in Borderlands as just like those mega, you know, those mega boss fights, right? Like Terramorphous. They might have added something that was like an actual raid that had multiple encounters, but I haven't been following it, so I'm not really sure. I thought they did release something after I stopped playing. But I'm guessing what you're meaning by takedown is what I'm referring to as raids, probably. It's not really considered a raid like that in any other game except for Borderlands, but I just attribute it to something that's like a bigger boss, you know? honestly, the addition of Captain Hunter to this build, night and day difference in terms of speed clears. We're still not anywhere near where we want to be, but before we would have times where we were barely making the timer, just barely, or we were failing it. Now we're making it like with pretty decent leeway. If you're going for the pyro chest piece, Jaden, the hunts, in my opinion, are not where it's at. I mean, you can look back at the VOD of the past like three streams, the past 3 days. Nothing. I mean, I farmed the shit out of those, and not any like just zip for Akari pieces. Something is up with the drop rates in. Something's up with the drop rates on hunts. EP Technomancer struggles, doesn't it? Debating if I want to leave my blight rounds, but I don't want to put in the effort if it needs buffs. I mean, I haven't played it, really. But, I mean, I'm sure some people are making turret builds work on CT15. Someone's probably making a minigun build work. I think somebody even in the chat was trying to make minigun build work. But I don't think that the Technomancer AP stuff is as solid as, like, you know, switching from volcanic rounds to, you know, an anomaly-based pyromancer build. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it needs... I don't know. Again, I haven't tested it, so I could be totally wrong. But the set bonuses don't seem to be as solid as... Ow. Set bonuses don't seem to be as solid as some of the AP builds. Apparently the Scrapnel one is not that great. I mean, you could always just kind of like do what I did. I mean, I just kind of toss stuff in my stash if it looked like it might be useful on an AP build someday. But really, it's like... Blighted rounds is king of the techno builds, as far as I'm aware right now. Whereas, like, I think that volcanic rounds is actually probably worse than AP techno. Uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Okay, okay. We're okay. Stupid friggin' dragonflies. Just get rid of them. Don't know where to aim that. Rough. Of course it goes under him. He's a fucking dragonfly, of course. It's our fastest time yet. I think that burn should kill him. Right, Boba Django? Embalmer's Rage is nice. The like in terms of raw damage, like top end damage, Killing Spree is gonna beat out Embalmer's, right? Because Embalmer's is just making it so you can get crits all the time. But in terms of clearing and clearing ads and not having to worry about like just relaxation, like it Embalmer's is just nice, man. It just feels nice. For sure. Heir to the Desert. Hey, we got a new one. Oh, shit. That is totally new. I do not have that. Dope. I was wondering when that was going to pop out. Cool, cool, cool. And it's a tactical variant, huh? Interesting. I think I'd rather have this combo than the juggler one. Dope. New gun. That's like my first like new legendary in like a while. It's a shame we're gonna get a fucking watermark. I just can't stop thinking about that. Like how funny it's gonna be if I get a watermark off of this morning. So yeah, we get Shadow Comet and Sandstorm. That'll be nice. Then the other one has Death Chains and Shadow Comet. We just rotate between those. Dude, this free music is like pretty solid, not gonna lie. Minigun build was fine for me until they nerfed duration from 10 to 3 seconds, so I need a replacement. Oh, rough. You could just go like a scrapnel build. Give me 1 second, guys. Let me just use the restroom real quick. sorry about that. Holding that one for a fucking while. Whew. And the gloves and helm from Bounty so far. Yep, that's basically par for the course, dude. I mean, I'm talking 3 days straight of farming, and then some risky Morley Gray resetting this morning, and did not see a single chest piece of anything other than Cannonball. But yeah, Bojangles, man, the Embalmers is just really, it's really nice to use. Now, if your build got nerfed, or if you're climbing and you need the extra damage, Embalmers might not be the go-to. But if you are, you know, if you're, what's the word I'm looking for? If you're pretty optimized, Embalmers is gangster, man. Yeah, that sandstorm will be nice. I would really like to run an overheat build in endgame. I think in terms of speed running, it's probably going to be, will probably be a lot better than this, but we need significant need some significant mods. But honestly, farming on this guy is not that bad right now with some of the changes we made to the build. Kind of hoping we don't get fucking watermarked now, because I'll be pissed because it's actually working. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, fucking whatever. I wonder how the cooldown on the, when you have multiple tornadoes going, doesn't look like it. That's okay though. Are there any other games you guys are looking forward to that are coming out? I was trying to like think of like what other shit is coming out, and there's not really too much. Like they kind of nailed in terms of the launch timing for this game. Kind of nailed it. There's not really too much else out there. I think like Path of Exile, did they just drop like a new game or an expansion or a new season? Saw there was a lot of hubbub about that. People were not pleased with like some streamer early access. I'm really looking forward to PSO2 New Genesis. Another game where I can just grind for loot. I hope that Harry Potter RPG is dope. Thank you guys for the heads up on Scorched Lands, by the way. Scorched Lands is pretty solid. Oh yeah, I forgot. Vault of Glass coming back to Destiny. I don't know if it's going to be enough to bring me back. I mean, I always go back to Destiny for new raids, but the problem is it's not exactly a new raid, you know? It's It's an old one. Like, not that I'm a fair weather fan or anything like that, but the best parts of Destiny are when, like, brand new expansions drop and, like, you have those big content patches with raids and other shit. You know, like, I have buddies who will play Destiny, like, throughout the entire year, no matter how dry it is. You know, and I think for a lot of people, if they haven't played other MMOs or, like, you know, games or looter shooters, and Destiny was their first one, you know, they'll play until the cows come home. But I have a real hard time playing Destiny like during the dry patches. Like I'm not a fan of like the bounty grind and shit like that, you know, like grinding seasonal rank for no reason. Even though they changed how it works, it's still like that's not the content that like makes me like pumped about playing Destiny. Like when I like playing Destiny is like the raids, playing raids with buddies, you know. That's always the good times. Dude, Taken King, man. Whew, Taken King was so good. So good. God, I like What the hell just hit me? Oh, whoops. I mean, the latest Destiny expansion, pretty solid for content. The raid was one of the best raids in a long time, in my opinion. Because the thing about King's Fall was there's so many different ways to tackle encounters. You weren't, like, really pigeonholed into one way, you know? And with, Deepstone Crypt, it was a very similar thing, where it's like, oh, you could do it this way, you could do it that way. I ran Deepstone Crypt so many times. God. Sorry, I'm not looking at chat right now. Give me one sec. Okay. Yeah, Beyond Light was like fairly meaty. There was a lot of annoying repetition, but like having a new subclass was pretty solid. How they approached the new subclass I thought was good. You know, like being able to get shards and stuff. I thought there was going to be a lot more shards to be able to mess around with, but I thought it was pretty solid. A lot of people didn't like it in PvP, but I didn't mind it too much. It was fairly meaty. But then it's, you know, after Deepstone comes out, it's like back to the drawing board. Then they go and they added a bunch of stuff, Proving Grounds, all kinds of like battlegrounds and shit for the most recent season. I never played it, but I just, you know, I'm not a huge fan of the seasonal content usually. Usually I like the raids. I like the big shit. I don't like to grind for the sake of grinding. And yeah, they're re-releasing like Diablo 2 as well, huh? Totally forgot about that. Have they teased Diablo 4 at all? Because Path of Exile came out after Diablo 3, right? Like, I wonder if Blizzard's gonna take some notes. Yeah, in terms of build variety in Destiny, it's tough, and it's nothing like the build variety in this game. It's like this game can also focus entirely on PvE, or, you know, which kind of changes things. It fulfills that power fantasy. And Destiny has some of those moments sometimes, but it's tough, man. Destiny PvP is a whole different beast. Basically, like, you either love it or you hate it. And in the case of Trials of Osiris, everybody hates it. In the case of Iron Banner, anybody that's not in a party hates it. But they removed pinnacle weapons, kind of took away the feeling of being able to strive for something. And then the fact that they even thought about sunsetting is like the biggest fucking slap in the face of all. Diablo 4 had a rogue reveal in BlizzCon Online. Huh. I didn't see it. I missed this year's BlizzCon. I mean, I watched, like, you know, just basic stuff about WoW and whatever, but I didn't buy a BlizzCon ticket this year. Alright, this is the guy that absolutely fucking exploded last time. I don't know why he's not exploding this time, but it's okay. Did you guys play Heroes of the Storm at all? I was really pissed that they discontinued pro scene support for Heroes of the Storm. You need it. If you're gonna have a MOBA, you gotta have a pro scene. That shit just dies. And Heroes of the Storm, you know, it's definitely not as difficult as League of Legends, but it was so chill to just hop on and play it. It's unfortunate. Oh no, I hear you, bro. It's just like when you're not, in terms of like looking for information, right? It's like, it's so much more, like if you pay for a ticket to BlizzCon, you're gonna go and make sure you watch everything. Like if you don't, then like it just totally slips my mind. Like, especially for me, like, so much stuff just happens to slip my mind. I get, like, hyper-focused on stuff, and then other things just, like, in one ear, out the other. And so, like, I didn't get the ticket this year, so I really just, like, you know, for 90% of the stuff that they talked about, just not even on my radar. I paid a little bit of attention to the WoW stuff because that's what I was playing at the time, you know. Just seeing what they were gonna mess up next. But I haven't played Diablo in forever. See, the thing is, right? It's like, it's not gonna go and compete with League of Legends, but it doesn't have to. It had its niche where it was like you could just hop in and play. You don't have to deal with, you know, you don't have to deal with creep score or any shit like that. It's just straight team fighting. And the what's the word I'm looking for? The characters, the heroes, you know, were like fun and like fairly different from other MOBAs, certain ones anyway. Like they could have just kept that pro scene, even if only a few people watch it. It's not like it's, I don't know. Like they don't need to put $1 million of production value into the pro scene. You know what I mean? Like, make it so it's just a basic as fuck tournament. Have some casters. It's not going to get League of Legends numbers ever, but that's fine. But removing a pro scene from it and basically removing development support, it's like you just killed it, you know? It's a shame. That's what I would, you know, when I was trying to introduce my friends to League of Legends or MOBAs in general, I would go and say, hey, let's go play Heroes of the Storm.
All right, Zahidi.
Just so you can see what it's like.
And as a bonus,
So much more chill.
Excellent. That water's gonna be a lifesaver, Outrider.
But they just dropped it. I was just so surprised that they dropped it because, you know, MOBAs, they're a cash cow.
Outrider detected. Access granted.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. What do we got here? Give me some Akari, baby. Vest of the Cannonball, of course. Helmet of the Lava Lich. Okay, okay. Alright, I see you. I see you, Scorched Lands. I see you. Sandstorm damage is solid too. Ooh, baby. Let's go. Knew that would be a solid pickup. Basically, inflict ash on enemies instead of burn. Each enemy hits boosts your anomaly power by 20% for 10 seconds. Stacks 5 times. Huh. Alright, we're getting places, people. Now show me a fucking Akari set, and I'll be a happy boy. Be a happy little duckling. I'm really fucking kicking myself for going and farming hunts for 3 days, but we did it for science. That's the important thing. We did it for science. I love finding new places to farm though. Scorched Lands. Scorched Lands is legit. What's up, Jack? You have any questions, broski? What are you stuck on, my friend?
We've been detecting massive energy spikes in insurgent territory near the...
something I need a hand with. Some inbred bandits have taken the road between Trench and Dead Rock. At first, they were just robbing and killing folks. But now, their crazy leader, some Dr. Detonator, he's taking them hostage. I can't have that shit on my doorstep. It's real bad for business.
I need help with endgame. I'm CT14, but my gear's just not there. What class are you, man? What you techno? So there's definitely gonna be a time where we'll be doing carries. But right now I'm just trying to, I want to get the get the gear set up on this guy. If you have any questions I can help you with, or you want to share your build or anything like that, like feel free. Trickster, okay. But there's plenty of people in the chat that are probably willing to help too. Twisted rounds and shotgun. Do you run Venators or do you run borrowed time? $23-minute gold timer. Jesus. Wow, I feel like they're gonna nerf the shit out of this one. Venator's knife, yeah. Have you ever tried using like a tactical rifle instead? Like what kind of tier 3 mods do you have for your weapons? I don't know if you've seen like how I was running my Trickster, you know, when I was climbing. But I was running I'm a big fan of, I never did the like pump shotgun version. I did with a tactical rifle. I ran borrowed time, twisted rounds, and hunt the prey using the bulwark. Is that the bleed auto shotgun? Bleeding bullets and killing spree. Okay, that's pretty solid. So are you just getting like absolutely lit up? Or are you not killing them fast enough? Like, is all your gear at the appropriate like level? Being able to kill. And like all your stuff is up to like, you know, what is it, 49? And like what expedition are you running? Are you running like Arcways? Obviously things are a little different depending on the class, but Arcways has a very, very, very forgiving gold timer. If you're not running emergency stance, I would suggest running emergency stance. I don't know if your build relies on like Venator's knife, but as far as survival and just like general utility is concerned, I think borrowed time is like really, really, really good. Boomtown and Arcways. I wouldn't bother with Boomtown. I mean, it's up to you, but Boomtown's timer is pretty tight. Arcways is solid. Like, are you able to clear them, or are you just not hit? Are you hitting the? You're not getting gold on them, or are you dying in them? Boomtown's a little tough. 'Cause they nerfed the timer, so it's significantly shorter now. Cheating a bit too and pausing the timer. Okay. I can't relate to that, my friend. But, if you've been pausing the timer, then, like, you should be able to just get to CT15, though, no? Are you just trying to figure out how to optimize your build so you don't have to do that? Just dying way too much? Are you using emergency stance? I would suggest emergency stance and damage absorber. But if you don't need Venator's knife, then borrowed time is amazing. Toss on borrowed time, toss on a like 100% duration mod for borrowed time, and you basically pop that before you go into a room. That'll give you a nice bulky shield. And then, you know, if you use the 100% duration mod, borrowed time lasts for like legitimately like 56 seconds, which is a full minute. That should be enough to get, you know, some kills. And if you're ever in danger, you just, or, you know, right before borrowed time runs out, you go and press the button, teleports you back to wherever you put the safe spot. Very, very useful, in my opinion. But I know, like, pump shotgun builds use Venators. Wonder if I could carry to CT15 on Arcways? I bet you could. Especially if the only issue is just, you know, surviving in general. Yeah, you can go and look at my VOD, look at my Trickster build that I was running. I don't think I really changed anything. I don't think I streamed the CT14 to like CT15 clear. I think I did that off stream. I forgot that I was missing, like I didn't have a bunch of firepower mods on for some reason, which was fucking murdering me. But you can just to see the play style, you know. I didn't go for, you know, on top tree, I don't remember the name of it. There's one that when you use a deception skill, it increases your damage done. I didn't grab that one. I grabbed just like the Leap of the Quietus, which gives you like a 35% damage boost when you use a movement skill, and then I would just use Hunt the Prey and Borrowed Time to keep that up. But tactical rifles are really strong. But your auto shotgun should work the same with that build. You just have to be, you know, up close and really punch him in the face. And then I'm assuming that you're running, you know, the bleed mods to give yourself infinite ammo too, right? You could also run one of the pre-order assault rifles that comes with bone shrapnel and toss on a killing spree on that. That would be a solid tactical rifle option. But I don't want to go and, like, you know, redo your entire build. If you're liking running shotgun, shotgun is obviously a totally viable way to play Trickster. And you've got the bleed bullets on, so it's obviously solid too. Trying to find good rolls. Yeah, man, really just make sure you have, like, good mods. Just make sure, like, you know, I was helping a guy on Reddit earlier today who, you know, he was struggling to get from CT14 to CT15 on Techno Top Tree. And he said that he had all great mods, but he had, you know, like half of his mods weren't actually contributing to his damage in any way. They were like blighted turret mods. But he had God roll everything. So he had, like, in terms of the substats. But the thing is like substats are, you know, are the obvious, like, optimal choice once you have an optimal build. But when you're climbing, your mods account for like 90% of your damage. I mean, not even just when you're climbing, obviously, but your mods account for a massive portion of your damage. Especially if you're running an anomaly build. As you can see with these stupid meteors, this is like literally, meteors are my biggest chunk of damage right now. So it's like, make sure you have, you know, you don't just have a bunch of utility stuff. Make sure you don't just have a bunch of defense stuff. Like, make sure you have the firepower mods, the bloodlusts, the one that gives you increased damage to bleeding targets because that's the build you're going for. You know, like all that stuff. Make sure you're really eking out that damage. And don't get too stuck up on the, you know, perfect god roll pieces, right? Like, for Trickster, it's not the same as Techno where you need close range and long range. You just need close range. And ideally having some cooldown reduction as well. But, you know, if you can't get the cooldown reduction, but you have something that has great mods and, you know, just has close range damage and firepower, then just take that. Because those mods are going to do a hell of a lot more than just the, you know, 10% close range or whatever. In terms of killing bosses, like, I feel like the vulnerable, like the Mark the Prey thing with vulnerability, that tier 1 mod, I think that's pretty solid too. I don't know if that's necessarily meta, but it makes it so when you're on missions with, you know, big bosses that you can really nuke them down. Keep getting behemoths that just one shot out of nowhere. Really? In terms of substats, what's better, firepower or anomaly power? If you're going a gun build, I would say firepower. Now there is the potential for an anomaly bullet build with Trickster. I don't think anybody's really running it yet. I think it would require a certain amount of optimization to run. But if you're going top tree, you know, you should want firepower. Like a god roll would be firepower, close range, and cooldown reduction. But it's like when you're climbing, you'd rather have something with decent mods plus like firepower close range damage. But I definitely give Arcways, you know, keep going for Arcways. Scorched Lands is pretty solid too if you have the currency for it. It does have a lot of birds though, which are not the friendliest thing for tricksters, so you can't hunt the prey them. Oh, you're saying your behemoths are getting one-shot. They're not one-shotting you. Okay, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, that randomly just happened to me. I don't know what the deal is. I did clip it, though, so I can look at it later. I'm thinking, like, I went and put the damage amplification from Heatwave on somebody. And then I hit him with my stuff, and then, like, maybe, like... I think enemy attacks can hit other enemies, right? Like, if they're in the line? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy. Do you have any idea what Mother's Touch does to enemies affected by Broodmother? Does it give them like extra armor or something? I don't know if I should necessarily be down here with this thing. That's the most optimal way to take care of it, but...
Alright, Zahidi. I found one of our pods. And as a bonus, we can all
I feel like we're gonna get an Akari piece right here.
That water's gonna be a lifesaver, Outrider. I'll be sure to bring people to
Come
the
on.
news.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on. Damn it. It is what it is. I think it gives them armor or something. It looked like it was called, like, Broodmother's Blessing? Let's see. No, apparently... Well... Apparently there's a Dota character called that, and then also apparently there's some... I don't know, it looks like a furry website talking about goblin broodmothers. I don't know. So, guess I won't be clicking that. That link will permanently stay blue. Dude, what is this music? You guys gotta tell me when the music that comes on is like and this is like some elevator shit. This is a little better. Damage dealt. Look at that. See, this is what I'm saying. The mods, man. If you take just Shadow Comet, we're just twice as hot. And you add up all the other sources of damage. It's like the mods are the motive, people. The mods are the motive. You can fucking trademark that. Great build for working through tiers. Damn straight, bro. Damn straight. I mean, we're not optimized in the slightest. Got all the piece but the chest from bounties. Nice, dude. Congrats. Congrats. Your luck is about infinitely better than my own. What's twice as hot? Twice as hot makes it so whenever I cast an ability, if an enemy is burning, it deals extra damage to them. So like honestly, I think it might be even worth tossing on like Inferno Seed or something and being able to ignite people that way. Hold on one second. I'll show you what it is. You just look at these things. No. It's not bad. Twice as hot. Whenever a skill is used, inflict an extra 39,000 damage to all enemies afflicted with burn. But it's like, and so like looking at it, it's like, oh, it's just like 39,000 damage, but like, it's not 39,000 damage. It's 42 million. It's so good. Like night and day difference. And you can see it when I use like an ability, like the first time I use Hit Wave, like you see the heat wave damage. And then when I cast it again, it's like a big chunk that comes off plus the heat wave damage from the second one. And it's whenever you cast an ability. So it murks. Cast one, and then it immediately dies without actually getting hit by the other heat wave. It's just like super solid. And when you think about how often, like our cooldowns are mega low with this build, so like we're constantly using skills. So that damage is just like big time. It adds up real quick. And that's the sneaky stuff that people don't think about. I mean, it matters a lot more with anomaly builds. Like even with Melee Devastator, when our damage starts to slow down, you toss on Unstable Power. Changes everything because you're constantly using that melee skill. And therefore you're constantly getting that extra damage. I got a big wave behind me, huh? I got murked by that bird, jeez. The fire beam is like impale. Yeah. Yeah, phaser, I mean, it doesn't do too much damage, but it counts as an ignite skill, so it's really, it helps us get a lot of our skill, like, tree procs. Didn't think he was capped to do it 3 times and get 75%. So from my understanding, heat wave is capped. From, at least from my knowledge, it only goes up to 50%. I could be wrong, but I thought that was the word in the herd anyway. Even though I have 3 charges of it, what people are saying is it's only going up to 50%. The 3rd hit is just for shits and giggles. What, Teddy? Hey. Just chill, pal. Imagine Fortress on top of that. Damn straight, dude. Fortress would be a nice pickup. Playing on this character, we have a lot of potential for some nice pickups from the legendaries. Unlike the Techno, where it's like pretty much just like, hey, give me another weapon or something. So a lot of legendary pieces we could use to optimize this. Legendary weapons. Shit. Oh my gosh, I fucking hate that move. I always panic. Frontline with that build should be way easier. I mean, it's just, I just don't find frontline like fun to do. It's just not like that enjoyable to me.
There's a pod here. Damn thing crashed into the pipes. Those pumps might clear up the flood.
Speed up my time here. Excuse me. Oh shit. That's not where I want to be. Did not realize there was another guy behind me there.
The flood's cleared up. I can reach the pod now.
What the heck kind of music is this? It's like I just dropped into Zelda. Wow, Scorched Lands, man. Pretty easy. Pretty relaxing. Aside from these fucking birds. You can get rid of the birds, that'd be great. I got an itch on my face. Ah. Got so many elites here. I really want to go through and count. Like, I wonder if, like, the difference between... Oh, jeez. Oh, please, no. Ooh, boy. Getting a little complacent here. I wonder if the difference between the paid ones and these ones, in terms of the loot drops, if it's not the bonus things, maybe it's the amount of elites. Gives you basically is higher, giving you basically a higher chance at getting other stuff. What the hell? Okay, so that can happen, I guess. This is a whole problem. I thought I just like fell off the fucking map. That was interesting experience. Whoopsie daisy. There's a mod for volcanic grounds that applies weakness to enemies damaged by volcanic grounds by default. With that mod, you would apply weakness and you would apply burn. And, you know, if you wanted to, you could go and run like a mod that increases your damage dealt to enemies affected by weakness if you wanted to. If you didn't have any other like good damage amplifying mods. Unless the mod tells you that it somehow replaces the burn on volcanic rounds, which I feel like it probably doesn't. But yeah, I mean, that's just the type of stuff, you know, you should be looking for when you're climbing or when you're trying to optimize any build. It's like, all right, is there some easy way that I could apply an additional status effect that has a mod that allows me to amplify my damage against that status effect without sacrificing something else that's like super important to the build, you know? And some people have that innately in their kit, right? Like Techno applying vulnerable and applying toxic. Like Trickster, I think with the Time Rift can apply weakness, so you can run like weakness mods and stuff. Waistcloth of Akari, let's fucking go. 2 Waistcloths of Akari. I don't know that we need both, but that's okay. That's good. That's one of the pieces we want. Awesome. But I mean, again, look at that mod damage, dude. 74 million Shadow Comet. Twice as hot, 37 million. Those weapon mods play a big role when you're dealing with, you know, unoptimized builds. It's a little different when you're talking about firepower builds, but... Wow, look at the difference in rolls, huh? It's like we got the worst possible armor roll for Waistcloth of Akari. But we're getting there. We're fucking getting there, guys. We need the fucking chest piece, baby. Show me chest piece. So what are you guys thinking? You guys, hey, no problem, Ben. No problem at all. That's what we're here for, dude.
We've been detecting massive...
That's the fun of it. Oh boy. Someone... Hold on, sorry. Got a notification from Reddit somebody telling me that I'm wrong about something. Let's see if they're fucking correct. Oh, no, they're not. Sorry, they're not telling me I'm wrong about something. Sorry, 1 second, guys, for the... Alright, sorry. Someone acting like you need to be World Tier 15 to do fucking expeditions again, man. Why they gotta spread the bullshit? Am I right, people? Come on, son. I still believe World Tier is total waste of time. Unless you just like doing story content. I am on the Series X, Lee. Oh yeah, and that reminds me, right? You like to back out and go straight into, what do? You go back to the lobby? And then back in? I think that is faster. Just gotta keep it out of my fucking muscle memory, that's all. You know? Trickster chess piece from it, but I'm a Devastator. Mayo, did a Trickster join your party at any time during that? Quiet, Teddy.
Understand you're looking to collect the pods that came raining down. I spotted one for you.
Give me 1 second, guys. My dog is freaking out. I might just have to let him out real quick. Give me like 2 minutes, 3 minutes.
With luck, you can reach it before the insurgents do.
Camp is suffering a water shortage. I spotted some pipes leading to a dried up lake near the caravel. I believe Monroy's people discovered water deep in the ground and used those pipes to pump it to the caravel. There must be a way to get that system up and running again.
Sorry about that. Doggo had to go. Oh, now I'm randomly getting a phone call. Give me 1 second. Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Now let's catch up on the chat, shall we? Jeez, I'm not paying attention here. Here's how often you suffer from crashes with the game dashboarding you. Almost never on the Series X. I mean, like, really, I can... Series X has been pretty much flawless for me. You know, and I put in, what, fucking 10 days of playtime? And I couldn't even tell you how many crashes I've had, because it's been that few. I'm sure I've had a couple on stream, but nothing that, like, is memorable at all. So I'm loving it over here. If you are getting resets on, if you are getting crashes on the Series X, like maybe do a hard reset, maybe reinstall. I don't know, but no, I've got the Series X has been pretty much flawless so far. No complaints. Haven't gotten a PS5 to compare it to, but eventually. Fancy PCF nerfing Chem in Boomtown, leaving a nice 10-minute buffer on Scorched. Yeah, well, you know what? Maybe the fact that you have to pay for Scorched lands, maybe that's why it's has that buffer. Not that buffer, but maybe that's why it's a little different to nerf it. Because then people have even more incentive not to touch it. Oh, Jesus. 1 sec. Alright, sorry. Had a call for an emergency grilled cheese. I swear I've hit more crit spots on Broodmothers playing as an AP Pyro than I ever did as a Top Tree Techno. No exaggeration.
There's a pod here. Damn thing crashed into the pipe.
But most likely after this run, probably gonna hop off for a while. So the wife's gonna get home from work, and if I'm not back on later tonight, like if she leaves somewhere or whatever, then I'll be farming like all tomorrow. She's got work again, but I should be up. I should be like starting a lot earlier. Usually I'd start like 7 or 8, but I'm trying to like get all this other stuff set up on the stream and everything, like the music and stuff, and so I do that right before I hop on. What's up, babe?
The flood's cleared up. I can reach the pod now.
Nice, alright, I was just talking to the wife. Let's hope we get something good on this last run here. I feel so much better running this build now, at least. can comfortably clear shit. Cool. Easy peasy.
All right, Zahidi. I found one of our pods. And as a bonus, we
Come on, let's see an Akari chest piece here.
Excellent. That water's gonna be a lifesaver, Outrider.
Let's see an Akari chest piece. Come on, baby, come on. Don't end the day on purples only. Don't end the day on purples only, please. Please. Oh my gosh, and we end the day on purples only. That's rough. Oh no, we didn't. We got a legendary. Hands of the Reforged. Hands of the Reforged, huh? Damn it. In the words of Gordon Ramsay, damn. It's okay though. We will be back to farming early tomorrow morning Eastern time, people. So feel free to hop in. If you have any questions, let me know. If you're not following already on Twitch, I'd much appreciate it if you toss me a follow over there. Would be cool to hit affiliate. If not, I do not hate you. But feel free to go and check out my build videos and anything like that. Let me know if you have any questions. Follow on all socials, you know the whole deal. Thank you guys for hanging out and chatting with me today. I appreciate it. And lesson of the day is do not do hunts for legendary armor pieces. Just do challenge tier 15. So that's it for me, guys. Remember, if I get a watermark, this is the stream.